Good morning, Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, firstly, Your Honour, can I apologise for the short delay? There were some technical matters we needed to attend to. Your Honour, this is the inquest into the death of Barry Parsons. Barry was a resident of Willawarren, a small rural town about half an hour northwest of Kempsey. Tragically, Barry attempted to flee the Karai East fire in his car and was unable to do so. He died on the 8th of November 2019. Your Honour would recall from the evidence heard on Monday in the Karai East fire that this fire was likely caused by lightning after a storm had passed through the Karai Plateau on 16 October 2019. This fire burned in a remote, unpopulated area and slowly to the east. In the days leading up to 8 November 2019, extreme fire weather conditions fanned the Karai East fire, which spread towards the small townships of Bellbrook and Willawarren. Today, Your Honour will hear evidence regarding the manner and cause of Barry's death. The officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Senior Constable Brian Priest, will give evidence, as will civilian witness Luke Harmon, who was one of Barry's neighbours. We take this opportunity to acknowledge the devastating circumstances of Barry's death and the loss to his family, friends, fellow neighbours and residents of Willawarren. The team assisting Your Honour have informed Barry's son, Lewis, of the hearing into his father's death, and I understand that he may be watching the proceedings today. We send our heartfelt condolences to Lewis and his family on the loss of his father. Barry was 58 years old when he died. He grew up in Western Australia. He had a number of friends and associates in Western Australia. It is clear from investigations of police that Barry had a strong network of old friends from his childhood and school years, who he kept in contact up until when he died. It is also clear that Barry had a significant social media presence and had a strong personal connection with like-minded friends online. It is apt to show, Your Honour, an image of Barry in this opening, which provides a sense of who he was as a person. And I'll just have displayed now, Your Honour, a photograph profile picture taken from Barry's Facebook, and that's found, Your Honour, page 151 of the brief of evidence. This shows a quiet man who clearly had a sense of humour. He has also displayed a photo of one of his cats. If that can just be scrolled down slowly, you might just see the cat on the table in the background of the photograph. And from inquiries and investigations, his love of cats were very important to him, Your Honour. Barry moved to the Willawarren area in October 2018. At the time of his death, he lived on Cuyuna Track, Willawarren, on a rural property owned by Tim Trenowden. I'll just have displayed, Your Honour, a photograph which comes from page 168 of the brief of evidence. Your Honour, this is a photograph of Cuyuna Track. And if we go then to the next photograph, that is a photograph of Barry's residence following the fire. And that, Your Honour, provides some insight into the nature of the surroundings and the remote isolation of the property. We then come now to a Google image map. And Your Honour, I'll try and have that displayed now to identify some areas of significance. Your Honour, in this map, which is not contained in the brief of evidence, Your Honour will see the location of Barry's home relative to the Macleay River to the south. The red pinpoint, Your Honour, is Barry's home. Armadale Road runs from the northwest towards the southeast, and Willawarren Township is to the east, and that's where Your Honour sees a cluster of buildings. And Your Honour might see reference to the Willawarren Public School. The house on the property was a small, relocatable structure. There was a shed out the back that was big enough to live in, and there were very few trees near the house. Hannah, Tim Trenowden's daughter, states that she and her family fixed up the house to make it more livable for Barry. Barry formed a good relationship with Tim and Hannah, keeping in regular contact with both of them. By all accounts, Barry seemed to have been a good neighbour. He's described as a quiet and friendly bloke by his various neighbours. Tim Ether is also a resident of Willawarren. Tim keeps horses on his property and would take them through Barry's property to a trail that leads down to the Macleay River. He would often see Barry and would pop in for a coffee. Sometimes Barry would walk down to the river with him. The last time Tim Ether saw Barry was in the week before his death. Tim was taking his horses through and popped in to let him know. Once he had left his horses by the river, he came back up to Barry's at about 2 p.m. and had a glass of water. Tim recalls being there for about 5 or 10 minutes just talking. Barry was in good spirits and was his normal self. The night before Barry died, Barry received a telephone call from a friend in Western Australia. They discussed the fires, but Barry did not seem too concerned. I just have displayed now here on page 114 of the Karai East brief, which is the fire inquiry Your Honour heard on Monday. Your Honour sees a line scan. This line scan was taken at about 3:06 p.m. On the 7th of November. And Your Honour shows the location of the closest fire relative to Barry's home. And Your Honour might just see there, about halfway down to the right of the document, the word Barry Parsons. That's an approximate location of Barry's home. And then in the bottom left-hand corner, Your Honour sees a fire burning as at 3:06 p.m. on the 7th of November 2019. We then just scroll to the next line scan. That's a line scan, Your Honour, that was taken on the 7th of November at 7:42 p.m. And Your Honour sees that the fire has progressed significantly by reference to Mr Parsons' residence near to Willawarren. I now come to the 8th of November 2019. The evidence suggests that Barry had limited contact with others on the 8th of November. His neighbours and landlord Tim and Hannah Trinouden reside in Sydney. Tim Ether was in Port Macquarie. Barry's other neighbours, Terry and Mary Jones, do not reside at their Willawarren property. As such, there is very little evidence of Barry's movements that day. Another resident from Willawarren, Eddie Manning, says in his statement to police he was in Kempsey when he saw the smoke in the area on the day at about 2:20 p.m. He sent Barry a message to tell him to pack what he needed and get out. Eddie recalls that Barry replied by message and said he was going to go to the Willawarren Hotel to escape the fire. I'll now have displayed a further line scan taken from the Karai East fire brief, and this is found at page 119. This line scan, Your Honour, was taken about an hour before this exchange of messages between 1:14 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. and shows the fire approaching Barry's home on the early afternoon of 8 November. Your Honour can see in that period of time, from the late evening of the 7th of November until about 1 or 1:30 p.m. on the 8th, how far the fire has progressed relative to Mr Parsons' residence. I'll just have now displayed, Your Honour, a Facebook post. At 2:22 p.m, Barry posted a message to Facebook, which he used frequently. As Your Honour will see shortly, it says, "Hot and windy day on mid-coast, smoke everywhere, like dusk at 2 p.m. He received advice and messages of support. He replied to some of these messages in one exchange, Your Honour, which is found at page 158. Barry states that he had not been listening to the radio, that he had not seen a kick of flame yet, but this is about to get as terrifying as it gets without it. Wind has really blown up, smoke and ash filling the sky." At about 4:30 p.m, police were urgently evacuating the area. They attended Luke Rushton's home at Armadale Road on the intersection of Corona Track. Luke describes police flying down his driveway. He states they banged on the door frantically and asked him and his family to evacuate immediately. They also asked Luke to assist them and ensure everyone on Coroners Track left the area. I think I said Luke Rushton. It should be Luke Harmon. Luke Rushton was a witness in the Cayenne Road inquiry on Monday. My apologies. Luke states that he began to pack some belongings. Around this time, he says he saw Barry leave in his vehicle. Following this, two other neighbours, Terry and Julie Flynn, left in their cars. He telephoned Tim Ether in Port Macquarie, who told him that he was in Port Macquarie, but his mother was at the property and they would be staying to fight the fire. After that, Luke describes driving through a tunnel of flames to evacuate. From the surrounding objective evidence obtained from police, including some in-car video footage from the Kempsey Highway Patrol, there does not appear to be any sighting of Barry's car at or near the Willawarren Hotel, the nearby evacuation site, during the relevant time. Accordingly, Your Honour, it is not clear where Barry drove to at this time and whether he intended to drive to the hotel and changed his mind. Investigating police have obtained some of the in-car video from the police on the ground on that day. Detective Senior Constable Michael Duxbury was very near the Coroners Track at 4:53 p.m. At this time, there were fires burning on both sides of Armadale Road with intense wind from the northeast. He could not go any further and returned to Willawarren. I'll just have now, Your Honour, displayed and shown the in-car video taken between 5:53 p.m. and 4:54 p.m. You want to get a sense of the intensity of the fire. Your Honour gets a sense of how thick the smoke is, which may be relevant to manner and cause. Your Honour, about 15 minutes after that particular footage, Tim Ether arrived back in Willawarren from Port Macquarie for the purpose of protecting his property. He arrived in the area at about 5:10 p.m, at which time he states everything was just red. It was really hot. Everything was burning. The in-car video footage from Detective Senior Constable Duxbury has been obtained from 5:12 p.m, just as Tim arrived at his property. Detective Duxbury says he could see the fire approaching Willawarren through a paddock from the northeast. He then left to warn people who were still in Willawarren to evacuate the town. I'll just have now shown Your Honour the in-car video from 5:12 p.m. You'll see the strength of the wind. And the ash and debris that's being blown. That is clearly evident in that video. At that time, Your Honour, police started door knocking, those on the western side of Willawarren, and the police used the public address system, particularly Senior Constable Duxbury, to broadcast messages to people asking them to leave the town immediately. It is appropriate now, Your Honour, to pause and acknowledge the very real bravery of the police on the ground on that day and the actions they took in warning residents of the approaching fire. A few minutes later, at 5:15 p.m, Barry posted another message to Facebook. The post read, "Seriously looks and sounds like apocalypse out there. Fucked up being on your own in these times." Your Honour, this was the last communication known to be made by Barry. Shortly after this time, both telephone and mobile services went down, and so he would not have been in a position to send or receive communications thereafter. Some friends and locals became worried about Barry in the hours after this post. Hannah sent Barry an SMS message at 6:37 p.m. She was particularly worried because it was out of character for him not to respond. Many of Barry's Facebook friends also became worried and posted as much online during the evening and following day. Your Honour, the next image that will be displayed is a line scan which shows the fire likely passing through Barry's property between approximately 6:40 p.m. and 7 p.m. on the 8th of November. In the following days, several searches were made for Barry from locals and friends. This was difficult and could not be attempted immediately. His car was found, but Barry was not found in it. Tim Ether persisted in his searches and found Barry's body in the bush at around midnight on the 13th of November 2019. The area he was found in could only be described as inaccessible and only accessed by four-wheel drive vehicles. There were falling trees in the area, which meant the examination of the scene was difficult and dangerous. Barry was located about 500 metres south of his property in bushland on a fire trail that leads towards the Macleay River. He was located approximately 200 to 300 metres from his car. It is very likely he was driving, became unable to drive further, and attempted to flee on foot. This direction was the opposite direction of the Willawarren Hotel, the nearest evacuation point, and the place it is believed he was heading. Barry's car was found facing in a southwesterly direction, that is, in the opposite direction of the route that would be taken in order to evacuate on the Coroners track. I'll just have displayed now an aerial image with a number of markings. Those markings have been made by the officer in charge, and I'll lead evidence in relation to those shortly, Your Honour. But Your Honour essentially sees where Barry's vehicle was located by the circular red marking, and then that 200 to 300 metres where Barry was located, which is heading towards the Macleay River, which Your Honour will see at the bottom of the aerial photograph. Coroners track, Your Honour, I understand, is the dirt road that runs in a generally north-south direction. And then you see Coroners track is the red line that is on the left-hand side of the aerial photograph that runs from the Macleay River up towards Armadale Road in a generally perpendicular angle, and then Your Honour sees the Armadale Road, which runs from Armadale down to Kempsey. Kempsey's in the south east or the right-hand corner, and Your Honour will see Willawarren and the public school, and that's the small township of Willawarren around those buildings near to the school. It is not known why Barry's car was facing in the opposite direction to the evacuation point and where he was attempting to get to. It was likely very difficult to navigate, and the visibility would have been very poor due to the smoke. I now have displayed, Your Honour, some photographs of Barry's vehicle after the fire had passed through. Your Honour will see the car is partially elevated with a fallen tree visible under the front wheels. These particular photographs that Your Honour will see now were taken on or around 14 November 2019, almost a week after the fire. The car is clearly lodged on a log in dense bush. The bonnet is propped open with a large log. This is inexplicable. It is not known how or why the bonnet became propped open in this way. Investigating police have attempted to resolve this but have not been able to do so. It may have occurred in the days following the fire by persons unknown. It is useful to read out some of Tim Ether's evidence in regard to the location of Barry at about 10 p.m. on that night. From these photographs, there is no reference to the bonnet up in the manner that it was when the photographs were taken, which Your Honour has just seen. Mr. Ether, in his statement to police says the following: by the time we stopped fighting the fire, it was about 7 p.m. That's on the 8th of November, Your Honour. We got it under control around the house, but the fires were still burning. I couldn't see the other properties, as in Terry's and Barry's. Normally, I would be able to see Barry's house, but all I could see was an intense red-orange colour where Barry's house would have been. I just kept putting out spot fires, trees and other things on the property all night. I didn't see any of my neighbours. They had all gone. I saw a fire truck drive up to Barry's place about 10 p.m. I walked over to speak to them. I went through my back gate into Barry's property. On the way over to the fire truck, I noticed Barry's car. Barry had a red little four-door sedan. It was completely burnt out near his house gate, and there was a fallen down log underneath the car. The car looked to be stuck on it. Normally, Barry's car is parked underneath the carport on the side of his house. Barry's car was now about 30 to 50 metres from his house gate, but it definitely had not been there on Thursday when I left home. When I got to the fires, they told me they had found one of Barry's cats. It was burnt, and they said they were going to get treatment for it. I told them that I would call Barry and let him know about his cat. I returned home and just continued all night with the fires. I was just going to ring Barry when I put the fire out the next day. Luke Harmon says he saw the car with the bonnet up at least one day after the fire went through. The date and time he made these observations will be explored in his evidence later this morning. An autopsy was performed and it is clear that Barry suffered thermal injuries. However, due to the conditions in the bush and the fact it was some days before his body was found, the precise cause of death, Your Honour, is unascertained. If it's convenient, Your Honour, I tender the brief of evidence relating to the inquest into the death of Barry Parsons, and I'm instructed, Your Honour, that will become Exhibit 44.
Yes, Exhibit 44, thank you.
Your Honour, there will be two witnesses called in the inquest: the current officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Senior Constable Brian Priest, and then Barry's neighbour, Luke Harmon. If it's convenient, Your Honour, I'll call Detective Priest now, who I understand is in the virtual waiting room.
Detective Priest, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Detective, would you please state your full name, rank and station, please?
Detective Senior Constable Brian Priest. Priest is spelled P-R-I-E-S-T. I'm attached to Kempsey Police Station.
Before I go on, I'll just see if those who are in charge of the technical matters can move the bottom toolbar so I can see clearly the detective's face. You're just obscured at our end, Detective,
That's right.
by some icons on the screen. I'll just see whether we can move those. If not, we'll push on through. Whilst that's happening, did you take over the investigation into the Karai East fires and the death concerning Barry Parsons?
Yes, I did.
And when, Detective, did you take over those investigations?
Only a few months ago.
And initially, was Detective Senior Constable Simon Cass, CASS, tasked with investigating firstly the cause and origin of the Karai East fire, and secondly to investigate the death concerning Barry Parsons?
That is correct.
Now, you have you not provided a statement dated the 3rd of March 2022?
Yes.
And are there any matters contained within that statement, Detective, that requires any correction?
I don't believe so.
And as part of the investigations in relation to the death of Barry Parsons, was some drone footage obtained of the general area where Mr Parsons resided near to Willawarren?
Yes, it was. It was by Senior Constable Damien Murphy at the time.
Now, I'll have that played shortly, Detective. Have you yourself been out, firstly, to where Mr Parsons resided as at November of 2019, or not?
No, I haven't. I've been a little bit down that road, but nowhere down past where Tim Ether or Mr Parsons used to reside.
Thank you. If it's convenient, I'll just have now displayed on the screen some of the drone footage. We won't play all of it, but just some that's relevant to Her Honour's inquiry. And I'll just, from time to time, ask my solicitor to pause, and I'll ask you some general questions, but we'll just wait for it to load so it's a little clearer. Now, just before we play that through, is that an aerial image looking onto Mr Parsons' damaged or destroyed residence?
It is.
Off Kiona track?
Yes.
And to the right of the damaged structure, one sees a dirt track. Is that Kiona track, to your understanding?
To my understanding, yes, that is Coronial track.
Now, just so that Her Honour can orientate herself, is the Macleay River to the left of the screen and out of view?
I believe it's more to the bottom of the screen.
All right. And in terms of Armadale Road, which direction, as we look at the image now, would Armadale Road be?
The top of the screen.
Top of the screen. And, all right, we'll just play through now, if that's convenient. I'll just pause now. Now, one sees some other damaged structures in the top left-hand corner. Do you know who the residents of those structures were?
Well, I believe it's all on the same property where Mr Parsons used to reside. My understanding that they were mostly machinery sheds there.
Yes.
You can see damaged cars or destroyed cars and also buses parked all amongst that debris as well.
All right, we'll continue playing. If one sees where Mr Ether or Mr Harmon lived, could you please let Her Honour know? Right. We'll just play another snippet of the drone footage now. Right, just pausing there.
Yep.
Now, in the top of the image, detective, one sees another access road, unsealed, and a building. Do you know, firstly, whether that was a residence, and if so, who resided in it?
No, I'm not too sure if that was a residence and who resided there, no.
Right. And do you know whether that's part of Cuyuna Track or some other access road?
I believe it's a little road off the Cuyuna Track.
Right. Thank you.
No, yeah.
And we'll play forward. Now, pausing there. Do you see there the Macleay River, or portion of the Macleay River?
Portion of Karai River, yes.
And one sees snaking through the scrubland another trail. Do you know what that trail is called, if it has a name?
I don't believe it has a name, but I believe that's a track or dirt road leading to the river that Mr. Parsons' body was located on.
Thank you. Now, if you're unable to say so, please do, but are you able to direct where Mr. Parsons' body was found, having regard to that image on the screen now?
No.
We'll continue playing. It's pausing there. Are you able to identify in the still now where Mr. Parsons' body was located a few days after the 8th of November?
I'm not 100% sure whereabouts on the track. It wasn't pointed out to me in any maps or any evidence that I could see.
Thank you. And we'll continue playing. Now, there's some evidence contained within the brief that Mr. Parsons' body was located 200 to 300 metres from his car. And I'll just have brought up two maps that you helpfully provided recently, Detective. Now, if we start at the bottom of the image, one sees the Macleay River identified
Yes.
in the bottom left-hand corner, and then there's a red line.
Like a snaky line, yes.
Yes, to the left of the words deceased located.
Yes.
Now, firstly, that red line, is that the track or the trail that you identified a moment ago as part of the drone footage near to the Macleay River?
That is correct.
And in doing the best you can, and I appreciate, Detective, that you were not the initial officer in charge, but is it your understanding that Mr. Parsons' body was located 200 to 300 metres from his motor vehicle?
I was informed as 200 or 300 metres from his residential premises.
Thank you. Do you know the distance, based on your review of the brief of evidence, between where he was located deceased and his burnt-out motor vehicle was found, or not?
I'd only be guessing. If I was guessing, I'd say the car was located probably 200 metres approximately northeast of his house, and then his body was located 200 or 300 metres south east or south of his premises.
And as one looks now at that aerial image with the various red markings, between the two red markings, do you see a cluster of buildings or structures?
Yes, I do.
Well, to your understanding, was any of those structures Mr. Parsons' residence or not?
Yes.
And are you able to identify which one you understand he resided in? Now, we've got a cursor, and we can slowly move the cursor from structure to structure just to have a better understanding of where he lived.
If you take the cursor over to the right, above the red squiggly line.
All right, we'll just bring the cursor down to the end of the red squiggly line.
And up to just slightly up to the next building. Yep. I believe that was Mr. Parsons' residential premises. My understanding was like an open shed sort of house. He also did a fair bit of work on the house just below it towards the Macleay River, but I believe his main sleeping quarters was in that house where the cursor is.
And just above the red circle one sees an unsealed dirt road. Is that Cuyuna Track as it's known?
That is Cuyuna Track.
Yes. Right. I'll just have one other diagram brought up, or aerial map that you provided to those assisting Her Honour. And if we just move to the left of the image, have you drawn a red line over Cuyuna Track?
Yes, I have.
And that runs, I was just going to say, that runs perpendicular from the Macleay River up to Armadale Road.
Yes.
And then have you then, from the intersection of Cuyuna Track and Armadale Road, drawn a red line over Armadale Road down towards Willawarren, or the Willawarren Hotel?
The Willawarren Hotel, yes.
And on the 8th of November, was it your understanding that the Willawarren Hotel became an evacuation centre or evacuation point?
Yes, we were out there at the time on the 8th of November. We were evacuating Willawarren and directing people to go to the Willawarren Hotel.
And do you know, Detective, what the distance is from the Willawarren Hotel to Mr. Parsons' residence or not?
No, I have no chance to measure.
Do you know whether there's any evidence to suggest that the Cuyuna Track between Mr. Parsons' residence and Armadale Road was blocked in the latter part of the 8th of November, that is late afternoon, early evening of the 8th of November?
I'm unaware of any blockages.
From your review of the material contained within the brief of evidence, are you able to proffer an explanation as to why it may be that Mr. Parsons was found where he was, some distance from his residence and motor vehicle?
I believe what I've seen is I believe he may have left the premises at one point and may have returned. We just couldn't clarify that on any ICV cameras from the police highway cars.
Just pausing there to tell you, ICV is in-camera video within New South Wales police vehicles.
Yep, sorry about that. According to his toxicology, he was fairly well and heavily intoxicated. Whether that caused him to have the car on top of the log, I believe he may have panicked where he's trying to get to the river for safety and perished on the track to the river.
Do I understand correctly that where Mr. Parsons' motor vehicle was located was heading in a direction away from where one would ordinarily expect it to be headed to the evacuation point, being the Willawarren Hotel?
Yes, I believe so.
And your conjecture is that it may have been due to intoxication or perhaps poor visibility by
It could
reason
be.
of the heavy smoke?
Yeah, it could be either or both.
That concludes my examination of the detective.
Thank you. Detective, if you would just wait one moment, I'll see if there's any other questions. Mr Newton.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Detective. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness this morning is Mr Luke Harmon. If Mr Harmon could be brought into the virtual courtroom and sworn.
Mr Harmon, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
If you just give me 2 minutes, I'll just go and grab him. He's in another room.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Your Honour, this is Mr. Harmon.
Oh, hello. Good morning, Mr Harmon. Have a seat.
Good morning.
You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr Harmon, would you please state your full name?
Luke Harmon.
What is your current address?
It's 810 Mines Road, Mungay Creek.
And have you provided a statement in relation to the passing of Barry Parsons to police dated the 30th of January 2020?
Yes, correct.
Mr Harmon, do you have a copy of that statement with you today?
I do.
Have you read it recently?
I read it while I've been waiting to come on camera.
Have you identified any errors within that statement that require correction?
I only noticed from the diary notes to the hard copy, there is a section missing.
All right. And can you identify that section that's missing by reference to the police notebook, which is towards the back of the statement?
I think it's... yes, section 8 in the notes was missed. We walked outside, saw the paddocks on the northwest on fire, which wasn't in the actual statement.
Apart from that matter, Mr Harmon, are there any other matters that require correction?
No, it's pretty close.
Now, can I just ask you firstly, at the time of the fire that came through Willawarren on the 8th of November, how long had you lived at Willawarren at that time?
I've lived in Willawarren since 2009.
And as at November 2019, where did you reside? What was your address?
At 2599 Armadale Road, Willawarren, which is the corner of Cuyuna Track.
Thank you. You preempted my next question. What I'll do now is, Mr. Harmon, is I might just get my instructing solicitor to show on the screen, and hopefully you see it, an aerial photograph that depicts Cuyuna Track and the intersection with Armadale Road. It's an image that was provided by Detective Senior Constable Priest. I'll just have that displayed now.
Yep, I can just see it. Do you mind if I come a little closer?
By all means, it's important that you can follow my questions.
Okay.
Firstly,
Yep.
you see there's two red lines.
Yep.
One red perpendicular line running from the Macleay River up to Armadale Road. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, are you able to, as best one can, identify what part of the intersection with Cuyuna Track and Armadale Road did you reside at back in November 2019?
I am actually on the very corner. There's 30 acres. You can see the two dams at the top where the Armadale, that's it.
Yes.
If you go down just slightly, up a little bit now. Now there's a, I can't even point it at you. There is a little house. The man with the arrow, just slightly go to your left.
Towards the track where there's
that is
a
my
clearing?
house. Yeah, that's my house.
Okay. And had you lived at that residence since about 2009?
Yeah. No, I've lived in a couple, but I've lived there for well over 4 years at that stage.
All right. And are you able to say when you first met Barry Parsons?
I only really met him in passing, to be honest. They used to call us the gatekeepers because there's 4 gates to 4 different properties behind our old house. So Barry used to drive past regularly and we'd wave from our back veranda as he went through his gate.
Right. Just so I follow, on Cuyuna Track, are there gates?
Yes, there's 4 gates. One which is Barry's had a gate on it, but now no longer does. Right. Hasn't been fixed since the fires. But yeah, there was 4 gates.
And in those interactions that you've had with Barry, are you able to describe what sort of person he was?
My partner at the time was a lot more friendly with him because I work from the wee hours of the morning till the afternoons. But yeah, he was quite friendly, but I did know he was quite deaf.
Deaf, did you say?
Yes, hard of hearing.
And coming to the 8th of November, by this stage, I take it you're aware that there were fires burning in the general area?
Yes.
And doing the best you can today, Mr. Harmon, do you recall for how long there had been fires burning in the general area near to your residence?
Well, I knew they were a lot further upriver, past Bellbrook and things, but they were also coming in from the west, which we were keeping an eye on because we had a mountain from our back veranda, a view of that, and we could see it working its way up the hill towards the Macleay River from the west. And
prior to the 8th of November, do you recall what, if any, warnings or notification you may have received that the fire could spread and progress towards your property in the township of Willawarren?
We had no warning.
What about, I'll withdraw that. Were you on the fires near MEAP or not at that time?
I was actually, yes, I was. But we checked it that day and they were still well over the other side of the river.
When you say that day, are you referring to the 8th of November?
Yes, because we were watching the fires and the dead leaves coming down. They were coming down on that day. I was getting the kids to play and see if they could catch them.
And in leading up to the 8th of November, or that fire season, had you had much rain?
No, we were in full drought.
And how long had you been in full drought for, Mr. Harmon?
Well, I breed horses, so I hadn't bred for nearly 2 years because it'd been pretty bad. I didn't bother putting the mares through the effort of giving birth, basically.
And we saw a moment ago that either on or near your property there were perhaps 2 dams.
Yep.
How were the water levels in those dams?
One was basically a spring-fed dam, so they were lower, but they've always sit pretty high. So they do catch a lot of rain coming out of the valley straight into the valley, which is the main feed through right the way down through Willawarren.
And in terms of the Macleay River, are you able to say what its level was?
It was pretty
normal
low.
flowing conditions as at 8 November?
It was low, but it was still flowing at that stage.
And have you been up that way recently after the heavy rains you've had lately?
Yes, it's washed quite a lot of the banks away. It's taken acres and acres of land away.
And to give Her Honour some insight in terms of the extremes of the water level of the Macleay near your property at that time, how high is it now compared to where it was in November of 2019?
At least half. At the moment, it's still running quite strong. We went down not even 2 days ago, and it's still running really strong. But it was more of a gentle stream that's probably 15 metres wide at that stage. But now it's 45 metres wide and probably an extra 15 feet deeper.
Her Honour heard some evidence on Monday that at about that time, late October, early November 2019, that the water level now is perhaps 7 metres above its normal running level. Would that seem about right to you, Mr. Harmon?
Pretty correct, yeah.
And now, I just want to return to the 8th of November. What were the weather conditions like on that day?
It was quite sunny, a mild wind. But apart from that, you wouldn't, and a little bit of cloud, smoky cloud coming from the distance.
And did the weather conditions at any point throughout the course of the day change for the better or for the worse from your observations?
For the worse. The wind started to pick up.
And about what time was that, Mr. Harmon, do you recall?
I'd say it was probably about 3:30, 4 o'clock, because I got the police come to my front door at 4:30 telling us to get out.
So police arrived about 4:30, informing you that you ought to consider evacuating?
Yep, everybody evacuate. We had to tell everybody around us, or Cuyuna, to get out.
And at that time, was there much spotting or ash in the air, to your recollection?
There was ash, definitely old dead leaves, burnt leaves coming down at that stage. From us at our front door, if you look to the northwest, there was spot fires coming into the paddock next door.
And in terms of your fire plan or bushfire protection plan, what had you done by way of preparedness?
Nothing, to be honest, nothing. We didn't think it was going to make it to us.
And at about this time, do you have a recollection of seeing Barry Parsons' car?
Not until the fires had built up in the paddock beside us, in the duffs.
About what time was that, do you think?
That was probably about just before 5 o'clock.
All right. After the police had informed you to evacuate?
Correct.
Now, you've mentioned some gates on Cuyuna track.
Yep.
Did you see Barry's car near to any of those gates?
Yes, he was coming out his gate as I was running inside to fill the buckets and wet a cloth for around my face.
And how do you know it was Barry's car?
Because he had to stop and open the gate to get out. And it's a purple little car which he'd been driving for quite a few months.
And did you have a clear observation of him getting out of the car?
Yes, because I still to this day say to myself that, oh, good, he's out, because we had no number or phone number for him anyway.
Did you see him open the gate or not?
Yes, I saw him open the gate, get in the car and drive off as I was running back out to put the spot fires out from around the house I was living in.
And having regard to Cuyuna Track and Armadale Road, was he heading towards or away from Armadale Road to your
Heading
observation?
towards Armadale Road, up Cuyuna Track.
And was that the last time you saw
That's correct.
Barry?
That's correct.
And was it the last time you saw Barry's car?
Yeah, until the following day.
I'll come to that in a moment, Mr. Harmon. Did you yourself leave your property and head towards the evacuation point, which was the Willawarren Hotel, on that late afternoon?
We did, but probably a little bit later than that. We tried to protect the house until the flames got to about 50 feet above the house.
Did you take a vehicle from your property off Cuyuna Track into Willawarra Township?
I had a driveway through the paddock between the dams on the picture you showed me.
Yes.
I took that up because the Cuyuna Track was already on fire. I went out my top gate and then onto Armadale Road towards Willawarra.
Did you pass any vehicles between your property and Armadale Road?
Yes. Yes, there was a huge tunnel of fire. I actually had my missus's oldest son in a car behind me, and I also saw a gentleman called Jamie Zare coming out of his place, which had already burnt down. He came out of his place.
But no cars that fitted
Wasn't
the
coming
description
the
of Barry's?
No, nothing coming the opposite way.
After the fires passed through and you've returned to your residence, firstly, was your residence able to be saved or not, Mr. Harmon?
The house was saved, but everything I owned was in my shed that was lost.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Harmon. Did you come down the Cuyuna Track when you first returned back to your residence?
Yes, I did.
Were there any obstacles across that portion of Cuyuna Track between Armadale Road and your property that may have caused difficulties for people to drive through on the...
Yes, there was a power line, a power pole had fallen down into my front yard, which it also continues down past and stopping, say, Tim, Ether and Barry from actually getting out of their house.
And do you have any idea when that power pole may have come down?
It would have been during the night because it definitely wasn't down. I still had power until after I left, and that was after 5.
Apart from that power pole being down, were there any other logs or other obstacles from your observation that could have prevented someone such as Mr. Parsons getting to Armadale Road?
No, I can only go on what I saw the following day, the day after, when I found his car with a tree. His front wheels were over the top of a tree. On his front wheel drive.
I'll just have displayed now a second aerial photograph with some red markings that Detective Priest has made recently, and I'll just now if we just slowly scroll into the image, you see. Now, do you agree, firstly, Mr. Harmon, that the unsealed or dirt track immediately to the left of the red circle is Cuyuna Track?
No, that's not. That is Terry Jones's driveway.
Right, thank you. Where do we see Coronial track, if at all, in that?
It's not there.
Right.
It's further
Just-
north as of the picture. So it's right up the top of the screen. Keep going.
I'll just see if we can.
Yeah, it's not on there. It's
Right.
definitely not on there.
Now, do you came across Barry's burnt out car, did you not, on
Yes,
on the 9th of November, the following day after the fire had passed through?
correct.
And do you see there a red circle with the words vehicle? Do you agree that that's where the vehicle was located or not?
It's very close, but probably a little bit more towards the bottom, the clearing just under that circle.
And there's one, see a dam as part of that clearing?
Yes, it was to the left and just a little bit north of that dam. Because there's that little line with the track there.
Now, you've identified another neighbour's driveway. Was it Mr. Jones?
Correct.
And Coronial track is not visible on this image. Are you able to proffer an explanation as to why it was Barry may have brought his car to where it was located?
Well, there is an actual old driveway there. It's really like a scrub track, a bush track. You know, two wheel marks, full of mud and covered in sticks and lantana trees. You have to bush bash almost to get through it. At that time, before the fires, obviously.
And I understand you didn't locate Mr. Parsons' body those few days after the fire, did you?
No.
Now, do you see in this aerial photograph Mr. Parsons' residence or not?
Yes, it's just above the two white dots above deceased located.
All right, we'll just have the cursor.
Yep, that's it there. That's it. And the next one down. That was like his living quarters, and that was, I think, his sleeping quarters.
Right, thank you. And I might just have displayed one more time that earlier aerial photograph which had the intersection of Coronial track and Armadale Road, and we'll just see whether we can, on this, we just magnify the left, which is Coronial track.
Yep.
Just for her honour's benefit, are you able to identify Mr. Jones's driveway?
Not really in that photo. You can see where your red line comes down Coronial track. That's, like I said, Terry Jones's driveway. You'll see top left-hand corner, if you scroll up a bit, up a bit more, move your cursor. Stop there. That is the end of Coronial track. If you go down a little bit, please. Down a little bit. That is the end of Coronial track there. Okay? So where your cursor is right now is the entrance to Barry's driveway. There's a line just above it. That is Tim Ether's driveway. And where your cursor is now, that is the start of Barry's driveway through the bush.
Well, we'll just might have the cursor follow that track down, and please let her honour know if the cursor goes back up.
So it goes through the bush there, to the right a little bit and down through the bush. Now straight down, no, that's Tim Ether's driveway.
That's so Tim Ether's.
Yep, so go back to where you were, please.
To the intersection.
Yep, that's it there, just down, just a touch. Okay, now it drives into the bush. If you go at a, say, 45 degree to your right, it goes down a bit more, down, stop, yep, down, it follows through down there, yep, it goes through there, now slightly to your left again, and then keep going down, straight down, that's it, that's the track there, you're on right now, and it pops out, turn left a little bit, left, that's left a little bit more. That's the track there. So that's, if you go just up slightly, now stop, and that's the entrance into his property. To where
Thank you.
his shed was. Sorry, I'm trying to do the best from as far as I'm
No,
aware.
it's difficult. Pre-COVID, you would be present in court and you'd have a pen and you'd have a hard copy of this very image. So
No,
it's
no
very
problem.
difficult to do it remotely, but bear with us.
No worries.
Mr. Harmon, you also mentioned a number of gates.
Yep.
If we head back up towards your property, which is near to those two dams.
Sit
close
stop
to
there.
this.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
That's me right there.
Right, now, the gate that you saw Barry and his vehicle pass through after 4:30 p.m. on the 8th of November, are you able to identify that for Her Honour, please?
Where the gate is, where
Yes.
it was. Yeah, if you go down just slightly more, it's right there. It's exactly right next door to that line that's travelling to the right. They are side by side.
And is it that is the gate to which you made your observations of Barry that afternoon of the 8th of November, before or after the track that one could take down to his residence?
It's before. Yeah, I saw him before the fires had come through the paddock on the left-hand side of your cursor. That was all old logs and dead trees and stuff. They came through that way to start with.
And when you say before the access track to Barry's residence, are you saying as one heads down Cayenne track towards the Macleay River, or from the Macleay River heading up to Armadale Road?
Well, to start with, the first fires that hit us was coming from Taruka turn off. They headed to us towards the place. That's where the main fire was. But in the meantime, there was another fire coming up from the river towards Cayenne and Armadale Road.
We might be at cross purposes, Mr. Harmon. I wanted to understand where the gate is.
Yeah.
Is the gate, as one moves from the Macleay River up Cayenne track towards your property, is the gate that you saw, Mr. Parsons, before or after
Okay, yes, sorry.
of
Yes,
his
it's
access way and Cayenne track?
so it's before.
Before, as you head up from the Macleay River to the intersect.
Yeah. So
Thank
to that
you.
section, yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No. Now, just returning to the car that is Barry's car that you located on the 9th of November, can you describe what you saw, please?
There was a burnt out car, very little paint left on it, no windscreens, nothing like that, and it was sitting over the top of a tree which would have been 12 to 16 inches round.
And did you make any observations of the bonnet or not?
Yes, it was open and
Pegged
pegged up.
So it was pegged up with a
Stick.
I'll just have a photograph displayed now. 78 or thereabouts to assist my instructing solicitor. And do you have any idea who may have pegged up the bonnet?
No, well, I did assume it might be the next door neighbour, Tim Ether, but I didn't see him, and I can't. I'm assuming, which was an ask of me, but yeah.
Yes.
But there was no way the fire brigade, police, or anyone had got there before we had.
Right.
So,
And do you know from any conversations with any local residents who may have located the car first?
it was definitely us. Well, or Tim himself, because he lives right basically behind that.
Yes. Your Honour, they conclude my questions. Mr Harmon, there may be some other questions, so please bear with us.
Mr Newton, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions, Your Honour.
Thank you very much, Mr Harmon. You're excused now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Your Honour, that concludes today's hearing into the inquest into the death of Barry Parsons. Your Honour heard evidence from the officer in charge, Detective Senior Constable Brian Priest, which included his observations based on his review of the material in the brief of evidence that Barry's blood alcohol concentration was recorded to be high as at the time that the autopsy was conducted. Your Honour, the autopsy report of Dr Donovan Lutz forms part of the brief of evidence. That report states that the toxicological analysis of specimens that were obtained should be interpreted with caution. In particular, it notes that the alcohol level detected should be interpreted with caution as it may be attributable to other biological processes that may occur post-death. Dr Lutz is of the opinion that the blood alcohol level did not, importantly, Your Honour, contribute to Mr Parsons' cause of death. Your Honour has exhibits 40A, 41A and 44. Your Honour has heard the evidence of Detective Senior Constable Priest as well as Barry's neighbour, Mr Harmon, just now. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address the court on the manner and cause of Barry's death. In that regard, I can foreshadow now, for the benefit of my learned friend, that a formal submission is likely to be made that Barry Parsons died in the late afternoon to early evening on 8 November 2019 at a time after 5:15 p.m. while attempting to flee in his car, then subsequently on foot from the Karai East fire, although the precise cause of death is unable to be ascertained. Would Your Honour kindly stand this matter over to the stage 2 part of the inquiry commencing 5 September 2022?
Yes, I'll do that now.
May I please, Your Honour, is it a convenient time to take the morning adjournment to enable the next matter to be organised?
Yes, we'll adjourn till 12. Thank you.
May I please the court?
Honour's court resumes.
Mr Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. This is the inquiry into the cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire. It is commonly referred to as the Mile Creek Road fire, taking its name from the road closest to the area of origin. The Mile Creek Road fire burnt in the Richmond Valley local government area, encompassed within the lands of the Gallipoli people. Your Honour, 48% of the total area of this local government area was impacted by fire during the 2019-2020 bushfire season. I'll just have displayed now, Your Honour, an aerial photograph of the general area. Your Honour sees a river winding through. That's the Richmond River that winds through the northeast down to the Pacific Highway, which is in the south-east, which was impacted by the fire. And Your Honour sees the red pinpoint, which is the general area of origin for this particular fire. The Mile Creek Road fire burned for over 6 weeks and damaged a total area of around 120,000 hectares. It also impacted approximately 34,000 hectares of state forest, 36,000 hectares of national park, and 965 hectares of other land. It destroyed or damaged at least 13 homes. The precise extent of the damage to infrastructure, vehicles, resources, or the number of livestock lost is unclear, other than to say it was significant. At least 14 people sustained injuries on the fire ground in connection with this particular fire. This inquiry will illustrate the complexities of detecting and fighting bushfires. The court will hear that the fire smouldered underground and in peat, which is partially decomposed organic plant matter, for a number of weeks, making it difficult to both detect and to extinguish. The fire spread rapidly, impacting a number of areas including Mile Creek, Bora Ridge, Bungawalbin, Whippery, Tabby Mobile, Camira, Marsh, New Italy, West Bungawalbin, Myrtle Creek, Wardell, Coraki, West Coraki and Swan Bay. Some photographs of the fire were taken by a local resident, Diane Webb, and capture the ferocity of the fire and the conditions on the ground. Today, Your Honour, we'll hear evidence regarding the cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road fire. The court will firstly hear from Rural Fire Service Fire Investigator Mark Mulheron. Your Honour will then hear from resident Marco Brunato, who lives at 880 Mile Creek Road, Bora Ridge. On the morning of 17 October 2019, Mr Brunato saw smoke coming from the neighbouring property at 780 Mile Creek Road. I apprehend, Your Honour, that he will explain to the court that he went to the source of the smoke on his neighbour's property and found thick peat covering the ground. He says that as he walked over it, his shoes began to melt from the heat coming from the layers of peat. Your Honour will finally hear from the expert, Mr Richard Woods, an adjunct lecturer in wildfire investigation and a former inspector and superintendent of the ACT in New South Wales Rural Fire Services. Mr Woods will explain the complexities of peat fires and the difficulties in mapping fire progression in these circumstances. The expert evidence will likely demonstrate that the Mile Creek Road fire was not caused by a single isolated event. Rather, the court will hear that there was likely a lightning strike in a vacant paddock on 17 October 2019, around where Mr Brunato saw the smoke. This caused a fire which progressed into the peat bed. The peat fire was named the Oates Road fire. This fire then likely re-emerged to the surface on 8 November 2019, when it burned and became the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge bushfire. Your Honour, it is important to acknowledge the conditions on the 8th of November 2019. Your Honour has already heard a large body of evidence in relation to the conditions on the 8th of November in this particular area that the conditions were no different. On this day, when the fire emerged from the ground and became the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire, the closest Bureau of Meteorology weather station to Bora Ridge is Lismore Airport. The temperature that afternoon reached 38 degrees with strong winds. This resulted in erratic and intense fire behaviour in the area and put a significant strain on RFS firefighting resources. It is also on this day, the first day of the Mile Creek Road fire, that 4 people tragically died in other fires raging across northern New South Wales. The Mile Creek Road fire burned for over 6 weeks. It will become clear from the evidence that significant firefighting efforts were undertaken by the RFS in these difficult and unusual conditions, and the significant support was provided to the community by New South Wales Police throughout this time. On 8 November 2019, local RFS crews were committed to other fires in nearby Karai and Busby's Flat. Firefighting resources were procured from Fire and Rescue New South Wales, with other local RFS crews arriving shortly after. Unfortunately, by around 4 p.m. on that day, a number of properties were destroyed on Bloodwood Drive and Mile Creek Road. During the following day, the fire spread in a northerly direction and over containment lines. By 12 November, 4 days later, the fire had spread significantly, and by the evening the fire was spotting towards the Pacific Highway. I'll just have now, Your Honour, display a fire progression map. Over the following days, the fire increased further in intensity and ultimately merged with the Busby Flat fire. Now, Your Honour sees Busby Flat, which Your Honour has heard evidence about already, and then which is the light purple shading, and then to the right of that, Your Honour sees Mile Creek Road, which is in a lightish brown colour. And then Your Honour has already heard evidence about Washpool State Forest Kimbarger fire, which is in the southeast. I'll then just have brought up now page 133 of the brief of evidence, Your Honour, which is another fire progression map. But just to give Your Honour some perspective in terms of the other fires and their reach. Your Honour will see, firstly, at this time, Busby Flats merges with Mile Creek. Your Honour also sees to the southeast Washpool State Forest Kimbarger fire in the light purple shading, and then further to the southeast of Washpool, Your Honour sees the Banyaba fire, which ultimately merged with the Mile Creek Road fire. Between 21 to 26 November, the Mile Creek Road fire continued spotting and further property was damaged. Your Honour sees there the Pacific Highway, which is the dark black line running adjacent to the coastline. The fire crossed the Pacific Highway in that latter part of November 2019. It also broke containment lines to the east and spotted further south, leading to it being declared out of control. The Mile Creek Road fire then progressed into the Bundjalung National Park, and by 17 December, Your Honour, 2019, it was authorised as contained. Finally, the Mile Creek Road fire was declared out on 22 December 2019, following extensive containment works and more favourable weather conditions. During the Mile Creek Road fire, emergency alerts were issued by RFS and residents were notified. Many residents of the area fled, while some stayed to help protect properties and assist in firefighting efforts. Officers of the Department of Health and local emergency management supported the local emergency operations controller with arrangements to relocate patients and residents at the Benalbo Hospital and Nursing Home. It is important to recognise that given the scale of the fire, there could have been significantly greater loss and damage. This was due to the coordinated efforts of the RFS, New South Wales Police, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, ACT, Emergency Services Agency, Western Australian Fire and Rescue, and Your Honour, New Zealand Fire and Emergency. Your Honour, that concludes my opening remarks in relation to this fire. Your Honour, I tender the brief of evidence, which I understand will be Exhibit 45A, into the inquiry into the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire.
Thank you. Yes, 45A. Thank you, Mr. Castleton.
Your Honour, I call RFS Fire Investigator Mr. Mark Mulheron.
I'll just note the appearance of Mr. Bolt, who has already been granted leave for these proceedings.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honour. It is Bolt, solicitor appearing for Mr. Wood, who is present with me. That is Roger Wood. I also appear for Douglas Wood and Michael Wood, who are not present. And Roger Wood is also the chairperson of the local community radio station, the Richmond Valley. Is that right?
Community Radio Karai.
Community Radio Karai, thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bolt.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Mulheron, can you see and hear us in the courtroom? There you are. Mr. Mulheron, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mulheron, would you please state your full name?
Mark Anthony Mulheron,
And what is your present work address?
is 3 Buckley Drive, Coronial, New South Wales.
And what is your present occupation?
I'm an inspector in capability for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service.
And how long have you been an employee of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Mr. Mulheron?
I've been a staff officer since 2008.
Have you provided, in relation to the Mile Creek bushfire, a statement dated the 19th of November 2020?
Say again, sorry?
Have you provided a statement in relation to the Mile Creek fire dated the 19th of November 2020?
Yes,
Do you have a copy of that statement with you this afternoon?
I do, sir.
And is that statement to be read with a fire investigation report which you completed late November 2019?
Yes,
Do you have a copy of your fire investigation report with you this afternoon?
yes.
Firstly, just dealing with your statement, are there any matters that require correction or not?
Not that I'm aware of, certainly.
In relation to your fire investigation report, are there any matters that require correction in relation to it?
No,
Do you otherwise adhere to the opinions you've expressed throughout that fire investigation report today?
yes.
And then lastly, Mr. Mulheron, have you provided more recently an additional statement dated the 11th of February 2022 in relation to the Mile Creek Road fire?
Yes,
Do you have a copy of that statement with you this afternoon?
yes.
Are there any matters that require correction within that statement?
Not that I believe, no.
Do you
No,
otherwise
negative.
adhere to
No.
the expressions that? Do you otherwise adhere to the opinion you expressed throughout that statement today?
Yes,
Now, you've indicated that you first commenced service with the Rural Fire Service of New South Wales in 2008, Can I just ask you to set out in broad terms your education, qualifications, training and experience in relation to the investigation of wildfire or bushfire, please?
Yes, I commenced my wildfire investigator training in 2008 and have been doing investigations in relation to that since that time. I also have a qualification in structural fire investigation. I've been a member of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service for now 32 years in both a volunteer and staff officer capacity.
And in that time that you've been involved with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Mr. Mulheron, approximately how many fire investigations have you undertaken in relation to wildfire scenes?
Approximately 30 or more. I don't have the exact figure, but I've certainly done at least that many over that period of time.
And were you based in Coronal in November of 2019?
Yes.
Were you in November of 2019 tasked with undertaking an investigation into a fire that was named the Mile Creek Road Fire in northern New South Wales?
Yes.
Are you able to explain why it was that you were tasked with that investigation in circumstances where you were based in Coronal, some many kilometres away from the Mile Creek area?
To the best of my recollection, the department was looking for fire investigators due to the amount of wildfires in that period of time, and they called upon investigators from all districts to advise of their availability to be deployed to a particular area or a set of particular areas during that month and beyond. And I was able to put my name forward to be available to go, and that's where they allocated me and deployed me to.
And did you travel to the fire scene in the latter part of November 2019?
Yes.
And did you undertake 3 site investigations of the assumed area of origin in relation to the Mile Creek fire?
Yes.
Now, do you have a copy of your fire investigation report to hand?
Yes.
Now, firstly, in relation to the general area of origin, how would you describe the terrain or the topography in that area?
It was a slightly wooded area, surrounded by open paddocks and a tea tree plantation. There was an area of ground that was a peat bed to the rear of the fire ground. There were some structures on a property there that were up from where the fire commenced. So yes, it was open paddock with some timbered areas.
And based on your investigation, Mr. Mulheron, when was it likely that this particular fire ignited?
It would have been sometime prior to my initial investigation. I should have that information there, but it would have been early November, and I commenced my investigation.
It's not a memory test, Mr. Mulheron, so please, if need be, refer to your fire investigation report. You've recorded the incident date as the 8th of November 2019. Does that suggest to you that that is the date upon which this fire may have ignited?
Correct.
And you see there in your report on page 1 of your report that you record over 3 days carrying out a number of site investigations.
That's correct.
Can I ask you why it was you went back so many times in relation to this investigation?
There are a number of factors. There was quite a lot of work to be done there in relation to how we tracked the fire. We were also called away to do other tasks by the incident controller and the police during our tenure up there with the person I was in company with, Anthony Goss from Tasmania. So we went back there over a number of days just to satisfy ourselves with the end result of our investigation. It wasn't immediately, it didn't come to us immediately, the determination we came to. So yes, we in relation to that and other tasks, that's why we were there over that period of 3 days, or some 13 odd hours.
And as a result of your investigation on the ground, having regard to both macro and micro fire indicators, were you able to pinpoint a general area of origin in relation to this particular fire?
Yes.
Were you able to locate a specific point of origin or not?
You'll have to excuse me, it's been some 2 years since we were there. I believe so. Just bear with me, sir.
And if need be, there are some maps.
Yes.
If it assists, if you go towards the end of your report, there's some RFS maps. Does that assist you at all in terms of a specific area of origin or not?
Well, not particularly. I believe that we have some digital images of what we believe to be the specific area of origin.
And in terms of your investigations, what conclusion did you reach as to the likely cause of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire?
Given that we found evidence of a reignition of the fire from the peat bed, that's what led us to believe that was the cause of that second fire, the one that we were tasked to investigate.
And were you tasked to investigate any other fires that ignited earlier than the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire or not?
No, that was done by a separate investigator.
Now, I might just have displayed for your benefit, Mr. Mulhern, some photographs that I understand you may have taken as part of your investigation, commencing at page 65. And to assist you, if it's easier, it's your photograph, D0044 and following. Yes. I'll just have those brought up on screen for the benefit of others. Now, what I propose to do, Mr. Mulhern, is just to slide through some of the photographs you took as part of your investigation. But the caption in relation to this photograph records evidence of low intensity impact of 8 October incident. What is the October incident to which you refer in that photograph caption?
That was the fire that was adjacent the area that we were tasked to investigate. On our initial visit to the site, we were in company with Peter Arthur from Northern Rivers Rural Fire Service. He was investigating that particular fire, but just to put a bit of background to it, we looked at that area, but we were able to discount that as the start of the fire. We were there to investigate, but we did take some photographic evidence just to show the impact of the fire from that October fire.
And that October fire, sorry to cut you off, Mr. Mulhern. No, the October fire that you've referred to just now in your oral evidence and also in your report, am I correct in understanding that there was a fire that ignited near to where the Mile Creek Road fire originated on the 17th of October 2019?
That's my understanding from a conversation I had with Peter Arthur, yes.
And from your discussions with other RFS employees, did you come to learn that the likely ignition of that earlier fire that commenced on the 17th of October 2019 was thought to be lightning strike?
That's the discussion that we had in relation to that fire, yes.
And in terms of area of origin, is the area of origin in relation to that earlier ignition on the 17th of October 2019 a similar area of origin to the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire that you were tasked to investigate?
It was on the same parcel of land.
And do you know what the name was given to that early ignition by RFS?
No, I don't.
And who was I think you mentioned Mr. Arthur, was it Peter Arthur?
That's correct, yes.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Peter Arthur was tasked to investigate that ignition in that same general area on the 17th, in relation to the ignition of the 17th of October 2019?
That's my understanding.
Now, if we can just return to the photographs and turn to the next. I'll just have my solicitor bring up page 70 of the brief of evidence, which is image 2 D0049, Mr. Mulheron, for your benefit.
Yes.
Now, the caption reads, evidence of tree falling, debarking, standing tree indicating deeply embedded fire. Now, what's the significance of that evidence of a deeply embedded fire in relation to cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire?
I believe that that's where the fire emerged from the ground, from the peat bed.
And in terms of cause, what is your opinion as to how the fire emerged on the 8th of November 2019 in this general area of origin?
I say that it was the prevailing weather conditions that exacerbated an already smouldering ground fire, and that it emerged from the peat bed, given the prevailing weather conditions, then caused the fire to rekindle or reignite from a bed of debris burning, is a term we use, but certainly the peat.
And did you, as part of your investigation, take some photographs that support that theory of there being a smouldering fire in existence on the 8th of November 2019 that emerged and, due to the prevailing weather conditions, commenced to run?
Yes.
And is the best indication of that perhaps seen at page 79 of the brief of evidence, which is your image D064?
Stand by. Yes.
And just to close off one aspect of your earlier evidence where you said that the area of origin of this particular fire, the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire, and the earlier ignition on the 17th of October 2000 area were in a similar area of origin. Do we see that by reference to page 74 of the brief of evidence, which is your image D0055?
Pink tape indicating previous fire in October's area of origin, yes.
It seems that we're talking really much the same area of origin, are we not?
As I said, it's on the same parcel of land, but the reignition is a different place to that first fire.
Now, in terms of excluding other causes, were you able to, on the probabilities, exclude other or eliminate other potential causes of ignition?
Yes.
And in relation to lightning, how were you able to exclude lightning as a possible cause of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire?
We had maps for lightning ignitions for that period of time, which we were able to view at the Fire Control Centre. And there wasn't any significant lightning strikes between the original fire and the fire that we were sent to investigate.
And in terms of...
Lightning data map, I should say, sorry.
Thank you. And in terms of human involvement, were you able to eliminate any possible cause of this ignition relating to human intervention or involvement?
Correct. We weren't able to find any evidence of any human intervention.
Mr. Mulheron, have you seen a report of a Mr. Richard Woods, wildfire investigator?
Yes.
And you address some aspects, do you not, of Mr. Woods' opinions in your second statement of 11 February 2022, correct?
Correct.
And firstly, do you and Mr. Woods differ in terms of the likely cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire or not?
No, I think Mr. Woods agrees that the fire that I investigated was caused from the determination that I've come to, although he does say that the 17 October fire was caused by lightning. I really can't comment on that.
And is the reason that you... Sorry to catch up. Is the reason that you're unable to comment on the cause of the 17 October 19 fire a simple matter that you did not investigate it?
Correct.
But as you said earlier in your oral evidence, it's your understanding from a discussion with Mr. Peter Arthur that, in his opinion at least, it was most likely a lightning strike.
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your evidence burning debris. When you've used that term in your fire investigation report, are you referring to smouldering peat?
Correct. Yeah, smouldering peat.
And the term debris or debris burning, is that a term that you are trained to use as a fire investigator within the New South Wales RFS?
Yes.
I'll just have shown just now, if I may, Mr. Mulheron, the incident map that you've annexed to your second statement. It's found at page 79130. It might take a short time to load onto the screen. And can I just ask you to identify as best you can where the area of origin was, having regard to this map for the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire? Is it much the same in terms of the area of origin for this particular incident map, which is Ben Oates Road, Bora Ridge?
As I said earlier, it's in the same parcel of land within the same fire ground, essentially, yeah.
And do we see, in terms of that, if I can use the term general area of origin,
Yep.
Does that sit above the word Charlie in the centre of the map?
From what I can see, yes.
Slightly to the left of
Yes.
the containment or the proposed containment line.
Yeah, I'll have to read it off the screen. The paper copy's not as clear as the one you've got up. So, yeah, slightly to the left above Charlie sector.
Thank you, Mr Mulheron. They are my questions.
Thank you,
Mr
sir.
Mulheron, if you wouldn't mind just waiting so I can see if there's any questions from anyone else. Mr Bolt, thank you.
Yes, sure. I have some questions for Mr Mulheron.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. Thanks, Mr Bolt.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Mr Mulheron, I'd just like to ask you a few questions about your first fire investigation, well, your fire investigation report in your first statement. Have you got that in front of you now?
Stand by, sir.
It's, page 24 of the brief.
Thank you.
Just a very simple
yes.
question. Yes, thank you. Just a very simple question to begin with. At the top of that document, under the site visit comments, you say, I entered the property via the driveway of Mile Creek Road.
Correct.
Yeah, just to clarify, do you remember the address of that property?
No, I don't, sir.
Would it be 780 Mile Creek Road? Would that be likely to be the street address?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. But in any event, it's the same parcel of land that the Beddoes Road fire very likely started from what you understand from Mr. Arthur.
From what I understand from Mr. Arthur, yes.
Thank you. Just one other question on that document. The fourth line from the bottom of that document, under the heading debris burning and so on.
Yes.
Factors considered, you say that, without reading the whole thing, you say that on 17 October, prevailing winds reignited and the fire travelled in a westerly direction.
Yes. Yes.
So that's from 700, take it from me if you would, that was from 780 Mile Creek Road?
That's once again, I don't recall the road number, but once again, on the same parcel of land.
Yes. Have you seen the brief of evidence for the coroner in this matter, or have you seen, as you know, the other statements, have that been made available to you?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you take it from me then that there's a witness, Mr. Brunato, who lives at number 880 Mile Creek Road?
Yes.
And that's an adjoining property to 780, and that's on the eastern side of that property.
Yes.
And I act for some people who live at a street or road called Bloodwood Road, and that's further to the east of Mr. Brunato's property.
Yes.
And what I'm suggesting to you is that the fire travelled on, talking about the 8 November fire, travelled from 780 Mile Creek Road and travelled in an easterly direction and not a westerly direction.
I may have been geographically challenged when I wrote that, sir, but yeah, some 2 years ago now. I can't dispute that with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just wanted to ask some questions about your second statement. That's your more recent statement of 11 February.
Yep.
Just pardon me while I turn my papers over. And again, I understand the evidence you've just given earlier on today and from your report that the separate fire, Beddoes Road fire, was not something that you were tasked to investigate.
Correct.
And without repeating ourselves too much, you have a general knowledge based around that fire based on your discussions with Mr. Arthur.
Correct.
Thank you. The Beddoes Road fire, though, apparently commenced from 780 Mile Creek Road. Yes?
Yes.
As far as you're aware,
As far as I'm aware, yes.
and no reason to not to accept that, I suppose, put it that way around.
No, there's nothing to say that any other term. So.
Yes, and if you haven't seen this, I'll just put it to you in a moment. One of the statements provided to the coroner, to this court, is a statement by Michael Wood. For those with a script, it's page 112-2.
Yes.
And in that report, I appreciate you haven't seen that, Mr. Mulheron, but in that statement, Mr. Wood, who lives at Bloodwood Road, says that on 4 November 2019, I rang the Northern Rivers Fire Control Office to inquire about the peat fire and if it was being monitored. I spoke to Inspector Daniel Ainsworth. He told me that the fire was at 780 Mile Creek Road and that RFS was constantly monitoring it.
I can see that. I can't speak to that. I'm not sure of the conversations prior to my arrival.
Right. So, as to your knowledge, was there any monitoring of the peat fire known as the Bennos Road fire at that point of time?
I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't involved in the operations prior to my arrival.
In terms of your investigation later in November, if I understood your evidence earlier on, you said you could see some evidence of smouldering peat at the time that you attended on the scene.
Yes.
So that in terms of your direct observation, there was apparently peat smouldering in November,
Yes.
after the 8 November flare-up, if I can use that language.
Yes.
All right. So that on the face of it, well, I'll take that back. The second document I want to take you to, and again, I appreciate it's not your document, but a situation report on the Bennos Road fire. This is at page 117 of the brief.
Yes.
That's concerning the Bennos Road fire. From the bottom of the page, it seems to be prepared by Boyd Townsend on 29 October 2019.
Yes.
In the comments towards the top of that page, if you could explain this to me, there's a comment, FLIR run 9:30 hours, 28 October 19, detected no hotspots. What does FLIR stand for?
That's an infrared camera that I forget the acronym, but it's an infrared camera that will detect ground fire or any hot spots along a fire ground. It's usually taken from an aerial platform.
Okay.
Or it can also be on the ground, but I would suggest that this was probably an aerial platform FLIR run. Something, it's infrared, but the first two letters escape me, I'm sorry.
Not a problem. At least infrared, I know a bit wiser about what the IR stands for. In terms of obviously there was a bit of a crisis situation happening in those months. Would it be much more likely that from your observation and your experience that would have been done by air rather than on the ground?
That would be my suggestion, that these things are normally done by air, particularly at large scale Section 44 fire events, campaigns.
All right.
Certainly for, to speed up the process. And FLIR runs are usually done on large scale fires on a fairly regular basis, if not daily, certainly every other day.
Thank you. And just on that same report, that is just over the page at 118. Again, appreciate it's Mr. Townsend's report, not yours, but it's the threat analysis there shows the incident has been set to out.
Yes.
Meaning in more common sense terms, perhaps, that the Bennos Road fire is out from RFS's point of view on 29 October.
The term out means that there is no active fire and that it's been taken off the patrol status where it would be monitored on a regular frequency, but out means out, no active fire on the fire ground.
But that does not exclude the possibility that peat may be burning, smouldering.
Certainly, yes.
Without perhaps visible flame.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just one more moment, please. You're going to just another page in the brief, on page 119, the situation report for the fire that you were tasked to investigate, Mile Creek Road.
Yes.
There's the fire was called in at about 6 minutes past 3 in the afternoon, 15:06.
Yes.
See that there?
Yes.
It's one of my clients who've made the 000 call, so we're pretty confident about that timing.
Fair enough.
And that's the initial. The situation report is the initial report to RFS of a fire occurring at that location.
Yes.
The time and date of that occurring. Over the page, I just want to ask, may or may not be something within your capacity to answer, Mr. Mulheron, but over the page, sorry, I should say, just to clarify, this was a report prepared by Daniel Ainsworth, an RFS officer, on the 8th November 2019. So this situation report is at a point in time on 8 November 2019, in fact, the initial record of this fire occurring. Would that be a fair summary?
Yes, it's a pretty much a standard situation report, which is created in our incident control online system.
Yes.
And just by reading it today, it's pretty much standard with the initial entry of a job that comes in, and there's not a great deal. The warning level is a standard warning level, and all those things that are written in there are a standard text that come out with that particular level.
And the warning level is shown as A12.
Yes.
And as you've just said, that's a fairly routine warning level to attach to a fire when you first hear about them?
Well, yeah, given the situation up there, I guess it is. A means advice, so the fire would have been an advice level.
Okay. No doubt there's many other levels, but A12 is nothing remarkable, put it that way, about an A12 warning?
No, not really, no.
And
not in the initial sit rep anyway.
Yeah. In particular, just want to ask you a couple of questions. Against that warning level, there's the fire behaviour variable based on local conditions. That's a reasonable position to adopt, no doubt. But the second one I would take some issue with, fire intensity. Fires can be easily controlled. On what basis would the RFS say that this fire could be easily controlled from the information received at 3:06 on 8 November?
I object.
Once again, it's just a standard text.
I object.
Your Honour.
I object, Your Honour. Just don't answer the question, please, Mr. Mulheron, until Your Honour's dealt with the objection. Your Honour, this witness could not possibly answer that question in circumstances where A, he was tasked to investigate this fire about a week or so after the 8th of November. 2, it's not his document. And 3, it hasn't been established that he was part of the incident management team that was tasked with undertaking response to the fire.
Yes, I think that's right, Mr. Bolt.
I accept that, Your Honour. It's a matter of some interest, I think, about the way the RFS has a default position of saying a fire is not dangerous, if I can put it bluntly. If this witness can't answer, I accept the objection has been upheld.
Yes, thank you.
Perhaps a matter for submissions at some point.
Yes, yes.
I thank you. That's all. That's the only questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bolt. Mr. Newton.
Yes, Your Honour. Mr. Mulheron, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Have you got a copy of your fire investigation report in front of you?
Yes.
If you could turn to page 79-151, which I think is the second page of that report.
79-151.
Draw that. Excuse me. I would draw that, and if I ask you to turn to page 25 of the brief, which is the second page of your fire investigation report.
Yes.
Have you got that?
Yes, I have.
And can you see where you've got a list of the digital photographs that you took?
Yes.
And can I ask you to just go to where it says digital photograph D0011? Can you see that?
Yes.
And in that you describe an indicator up and over leaf freeze indicating fire progression from west to east. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then similarly, if you go to digital photograph, the description of digital photograph 13, where there's those indicators indicating fire travel from west to east.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And then just looking at the description for digital photograph 15, and then again, you saw some indicators, as I understand that from that description, indicating a fire travel from the west to the east.
Yes. Yes.
Having had those descriptions drawn to your attention, does that allow you to confirm that on the day the observations you made indicated a fire travelling from the west in an easterly direction?
As I mentioned initially, I can't dispute that. It's been some 2 years since I've done this report, so I can't argue that I may have been geographically challenged, as I previously said.
Well, when you say you're geographically challenged, at least
I can't answer the question, sir. I'm sorry.
All right.
It is what it is in the evidence. I can't elaborate.
But you've got no reason to doubt that the descriptions of what you observed and took photos of are correct. Is that right?
Well, yes. Yes.
Yes. No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Anything arising?
Nothing arising, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mulheron. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Your Honour, I do note the time. I propose to call, if it's convenient, Your Honour, Marco Brinato after the lunch adjournment.
All right, we'll take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2:15.
Please call.
Castleton.
Your Honour, I call Mr. Marco Brunato, if he could be brought into the courtroom, please.
Mr. Brunato, can you see and hear us in the courtroom? Mr. Brunato, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Brunato, would you please state your full name?
Marco Giovanni Brunato,
And what is your present address?
880 Mile Creek Road, Bora Ridge.
And were you living at that address in October and November of 2019?
Yes.
How long had you lived at 880 Mile Creek Road prior to October of 2019?
So originally from 1983 to 2005, and then from 2012 to present time.
And on the morning of the 17th of October 2019, did you make some observations of some interest to you near your property on that day?
Yes, correct.
And what did you observe that was of some interest to you on the 17th of October 2019?
So as I left to drive to work on that morning, I noticed a small amount of smoke from the neighbouring property in the low-lying area with tussocks. I decided to take 2 photos of that smoke because at the time we were quite concerned about the situation in terms of dryness and fires that had been occurring in that area.
I'll have brought up shortly those 2 photographs that you took and to which you just referred a moment ago. But in terms of the dryness, can you provide a description to Her Honour for how long it had been dry up in that area around Mile Creek Road and the Karai area?
So I can't give an exact sort of estimate of when the last time we had significant rain was, but I would say from around June that year, which is highly unusual. I'd never seen a dry spell in my time living at that address to such a degree, a prolonged dry spell.
And the property that you were residing on, was that a small farming enterprise?
Yes, that's correct. So it's presently owned by my mother. It's a hobby farm and has been for a number of years. In previous times, it was used commercially, growing tobacco.
And in terms of the dryness, was it sufficiently dry that stock had to be hand-fed, or could they graze on pasture?
We did hand feed the cattle from time to time with some hay that we purchased around that time.
And was that because the pasture was non-existent or inadequate for your stock?
Yes, that's right.
And were you running cattle primarily?
Yes, just cattle.
Beef cattle or milking cows?
Beef cattle.
And I'll just have now shown the 2 photographs that you took, Mr. Brunato, on the 17th. Whilst they're coming up, do you recall what time of the day it was that you took these 2 photographs?
It would have been somewhere between 8:15 and 8:45, I would estimate. The photos themselves should have date stamps that more accurately give the time there, but around that time. Yeah.
And is that one of the photographs on the screen that you took on the 17th of October?
Yes, correct.
And it's faint, but does one see at the tip of the blue arrowhead a puff of smoke?
Yes, so that's what I observed, and that's what I wanted to capture in the 2 photos that I took.
And what direction is that smoke from where you were positioned when you took the photograph?
So I would say approximately northeast from where I was standing at our property.
And you, as you've said, were at 880 Mile Creek Road. In that general vicinity of where one sees the smoke, are you able to give an address as to where that smoke may have been emanating from?
So that property, I believe, belongs to the. I couldn't give you an exact address, but the immediate property to the east, I think it's. I'm not entirely sure of that address, but I think it's about 700 to 800 Mile Creek Road. Sorry, I can't give you the exact address of that property.
Could it be 780 Mile Creek Road?
I believe so.
And does your property back onto that property where the smoke was emerging from or not?
Yes, correct.
And again, doing the best you can, approximately how far from where you were standing near to the shed do you believe that smoke was?
I would say about 400 to 500 metres.
And again, tell her on if you don't remember, Mr. Brinato, but the night before, or in the early hours of the 17th of October, do you recall any storms passing through the general area?
No. In conversation with others, they'd raised storms, just talking generally about the fires, but at the time I never paid any attention to storms. Storms are a relatively frequent occurrence. I didn't pay any attention to it. The storm, I can tell you one thing, the storm didn't bring any rain on that, if we did have a storm overnight. So.
Do you have any recollection in that short period of time before you saw the puff of smoke of sighting any lightning or hearing any thunder?
No.
we'll just go to the next photograph to complete that aspect of your evidence. And that's a similar photo, is it not, again, of the smoke emerging from the adjoining property, which is 780 Mile Creek Road?
Yes, correct.
Now, in terms of the progression of this fire, from your observations, did the fire progress to a point where firefighting agencies were required to suppress it or not?
So all I can say on that, because I wasn't present when that fire, when the actual fire that impacted our property began the day after, I can only make the assumption that that was the cause of that fire from my awareness of it and the pictures that I took. That was the only assumption that I made in my head.
And you're referring to a fire that was burning across your property on the 18th of October, are you?
That's correct.
And was that suppressed or controlled by local firefighting services?
Yes, ultimately, yes.
And when did it come under control or was extinguished, to your understanding?
That's a good question. I would say 1 to 2 days after, broadly speaking. I couldn't give you an exact time frame around that. One thing of note as well, there were other fires in that area that I believed at the time were also linked to this particular fire as well. So what I would say though is that immediate fire that occurred on the 18th was managed, I would say, within a day or two of that date.
Did you ever yourself walk towards where the fire, that is the fire that you cited on the 17th of October, at any time prior to the 8th of November 2019?
So in between the 17th of October and the 8th of November, I certainly did drive around in our tractor around the property fence line, observing damage and trying to understand what we needed to do to fix fence damage and so on.
And prior to the 8th of November, what, if any, observations did you make of active fire near to where you believe you first saw that puff of smoke on the morning of the 17th of October 2019?
So on the 18th of October, I witnessed what I thought was a fire connected to that original smoke that I took the pictures of. I'm not 100% sure whether it was the 18th or 19th, but I do recall seeing fire that had burnt in a northerly direction towards the next person's property to the north of where that property where I pictured the smoke on the corner between our fence line, 780 Mile Creek Road, and the adjoining property to the north, but still within the property of 780 Mile Creek Road. And obviously I saw the witness the fire that occurred on the fire damage that occurred on our property itself over all those days.
But if you then move into November, before the 8th of November, what, if any, observation did you make of active fire in the area of 780 Mile Creek Road? Did you make any observation of active fire then or not?
Yes, so the one observation I'd make on that one, because we had a number of fires that impacted our property between October and December, is once again, I can't give you an exact time frame without looking at photos and trying to understand when other fires occurred, but the fire that occurred on the 18th of December, I also believe was linked directly to the fire that occurred approximately 2 weeks after, that burned in a easterly direction. And I believe that was connected to that original fire as well.
Mr. Renato, we might be at cross purposes. At the moment, I'm not asking what your belief is. I'm just asking what you saw. And prior to the 8th of November, did you, other than on those occasions you've already mentioned around 18, 19 October, see any active fire on the property at 780 Mile Creek Road? Or
yes, burning in an easterly direction.
And when was that?
If you can give me a moment, I can try and reference some photos that I have, because I don't have an exact date. Is that something that you'd like me to do?
No, because they haven't been provided to my instructing solicitors. It may be that you'll need to do that. But do you have a clear recollection today, in November of 2019, making an observation of active fire on 780 Mile Creek Road?
Yes, I believe that's the second fire that was burning. So yes, I did observe the second fire that burnt easterly from that property.
And what observations did you make?
So at the time that it started, I was at work and I was called by my mother home. So I drove home and witnessed that burning easterly, basically. So that had impacted the house that was at 780 Mile Creek Road, and had impacted the shed there. So from our property, I just witnessed the fire and the remaining smoke and so on that was left there on that occasion.
And on that occasion, did that fire spread elsewhere in the local area? Or was it contained just to 780 Mile Creek Road?
I'm almost certain that spread elsewhere, but I didn't observe it spreading elsewhere. I was just observing from our property.
And doing the best you can today, was that the 8th of November 2019 that you made those observations?
I'm sorry, I'd need to refer to my photos and recollection of that. I can't give you an exact date on that.
Are those photographs to hand now?
So I have them on my mobile. Like, I can quickly cycle through that now and try and confirm that date for you.
Could you do that, please?
Yep, of course. Yes, so I have it here. So on the 8th of November, please just give me 2 moments. Just trying to recollect that day. So I drove home on that day at approximately 4:30 in the afternoon, and could see the smoke billowing from there after my mum had told me that a fire was burning. And I arrived home at approximately 8 p.m. and I took some photos of the smoke and fire in that direction. I don't have specific photos of, well, the photo that I took does look across 780 Mile Creek Road, but it's at night time and it's a little rough there. But yes, I can confirm it was the 8th of November.
And before the 8th and after, let's say, the 20th of October, was there any active fire that you could observe on the property 780 Mile Creek Road?
No.
Or not?
No.
Do I take it then that in that period of perhaps 2 weeks, from your observations at least, that the fire that was first observed by you on the morning of the 17th of October 2019 appeared to you at least to have been extinguished?
Yes.
On those occasions that you were near to the boundary fence between your property 880 Mile Creek Road and the adjoining property 780 Mile Creek Road, did you make any observations of any smouldering debris or smoke emanating from the undergrowth or undercarriage or not?
So I would say on that point, I don't think, scrolling through my photos then, I don't think I have any photographic evidence, but I would be almost certain that I would have seen some smouldering ground on 780 as well as our property. I know certainly that in the days after the 20th of October, there was still smouldering occurring on our property. So I would also say that when I was on the boundary of 780, there was smouldering occurring there as well. In terms of, sorry.
No, you go. Please complete your answer.
I was just going to say the degree of smoke would have been small at that stage, but I'm certain there would have still been a degree of smoke emanating from that property.
And did you, on observing smoke emanating from different locations, do anything about it or not?
So for that particular occurrence of the fire, is that what you're referring to on the fire that started on the 18th?
Yes. I'm talking about the period after it seems to have been suppressed or contained. You've given evidence that you've seen smoke emanating from either the undercarriage or the undergrowth or smouldering debris. My question really is, did it raise any concerns with you that required you to do anything about it, whether yourself or by contacting a local fire brigade?
No, certainly not from the 20th onwards. I know the local fire brigade had been patrolling the area. I couldn't tell you exactly what dates they were there, but they were certainly on those 2 properties for a number of days. So they were certainly across the area. I didn't feel it was necessary for me to do anything. On our property, the immediate, on the 18th and 19th, I certainly know that on part of our property there was still small amounts of areas that were smouldering and had a small amount of fire that I would try to put out by spreading the fire or just trying to get rid of it so it wasn't actively burning close to one of our dams. So not that it had any place to really catch fire again. So, but certainly after the 20th, that had all calmed down.
Mr. Bernardo, prior to the 8th of November, which is the time when things started to flare up, did you have any appreciation that the fire may have been smouldering in peat, either on your adjoining neighbour's property or your own, or not?
Absolutely, yes. And that's when I make that statement about observing smoke. I would absolutely have said that I'd assume that was a peat fire still burning. In a later fire that occurred, we witnessed that firsthand on our property, where my mum and I tried to put out a peat fire that was burning on our property.
But tell me if I've misunderstood your evidence, but do I take it that at least prior to the 8th of November, you had no concerns about the smouldering peat fire that may be occurring on your property at that time?
I certainly had concerns, but with the local fire brigade in the area, I felt there was nothing more that I could do. They were certainly monitoring that through the use of helicopters and fire trucks on the ground. So I didn't feel there was anything further that I could have done in that situation.
And now I just want to deal with the 8th of November. Do you have a recollection of what the weather conditions were like in the late afternoon of the 8th of November, or not?
No, sorry.
And then just finally, I'll just have shown to you now, Mr. Renato, an image at 7.9-16 of the brief of evidence. You're unlikely to have seen this previously. I just want to get your evidence on the accuracy of some matters. Now, firstly, if we just zoom in a little bit, do you agree that that's an aerial photograph of the property that you resided at 780 Mile Creek Road, Karai?
Yes.
And if you look at the green arrow, is that an approximate position as to where you may have been positioned when you took the two photographs of the smoke on the morning of the 17th of October 2019?
Yes, correct.
And then if you take your eyes to the yellow arrow, do you agree that where the yellow arrowhead is, that is an approximate area as to where the smoke may have been when you took those two photographs?
Very approximate. I would place it slightly to the right of that location, but just through my understanding of the corner of that shed that you can see there near the green arrow, I would find it difficult to see exactly at that pinpointed location where the yellow arrow is. I would say it's slightly more to the right, but certainly approximately in that area.
And the boundary fence to which you've referred, does one see that in this photograph or not?
Yes. Yes.
Is it near to the yellow arrow, or is it further down towards? If you could just describe where the boundary fence is, where you made various observations when you're on the tractor.
So the boundary fence of our property, or my mum's property, and 780 Mile Creek Road is, you can see that L shape to the left and to the south of the yellow arrow, where you can see that dark line. That is the boundary between our property and 780 Mile Creek Road. So running north to south to the corner, to the southeast of where the yellow arrow is, and then running along to the east, that you can see where the scrub finishes, and you have a paddock, which, yeah, correct, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then I admitted at the outset to take you to your statement, which you provided to police on the 22nd of October last year. Are there any matters contained within that statement which need to be corrected, or is it otherwise true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
It's still correct as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. Your Honour, that concludes my examination.
Mr. Bernardo, if you wouldn't mind just waiting while I see if there's any other questions for you. Mr. Bolt.
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Mr. Newton.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bernardo. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Richard Woods, expert wildfire investigator. If Mr. Woods could please be called.
Mr. Woods, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
I can see that.
Yes, I can, Your Honour.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Woods, would you please state your full name,
Richard John Woods
your present work address, please,
is 25 Bev Lawson Street in Casey in Canberra.
and how would you describe your present occupation?
I run a fire investigation consultancy firm, and I'm the director of that firm, which I've run for a number of years after retiring from fire service.
Could I just have you please outline for Her Honour's benefit in broad terms what your education, training, qualifications and experience is in relation to the investigation of wildfire or bushfire?
Certainly, I commenced my first training was in 1994 in wildfire investigation whilst working in the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. And that was after a period of 22 years of fire management, not only in New South Wales, but latter in the ACT. And my role from 2000 was to actually establish the fire investigation capability for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, which I did for 9 years. And after moving to Canberra, I worked with the Federal Attorney General's Department in drafting national fire or bushfire arson policy prevention documentation. And while working here, also investigated fires throughout the ACT and also in New South Wales and interstate, which ultimately led to my establishment of consultancy, which I now do investigations both in Australia, opinion on wildfire cause, and also overseas in Europe, Canada, and in Asia.
And doing the best you can, in that period of time that you've investigated wildfire, approximately how many fires would you have investigated in relation to cause and origin?
It would be in the several hundred over that period since 1994.
Were you requested to provide an expert opinion in relation to the cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire?
I was.
And have you provided a report in relation to cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire dated, bear with me, 28 January 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And I tell you, Mr. Woods, you've got a copy with you this afternoon.
I do.
Do you adhere to the opinions today that you've expressed throughout that report?
Yes.
Before I get into the opinion you've expressed in relation to the likely cause and origin of this particular fire, I was just wondering whether you could outline some of the difficulties in the detection of peat fires, particularly in the Australian context.
Certainly. I've in my fire service career, I've actually had to manage peat fires in the Shoalhaven area, and essentially they are a very problematic fire to manage because they don't emit smoke and heat and flame a lot of the time. And what tends to occur is that peat is made up of semi-broken down or degrading vegetation. which tends to be in a waterlogged or water evident area. And this peat tends to, can be metres thick, metres deep, that is. And once a fire actually enters the peat bed layers, it can burn at a very, very slow rate. And that's because of the fact of the limited oxygen availability. And it's also influenced by, for instance, the fuel moisture content, the amount of moisture actually within the peat itself. And what that can do is burn essentially undetected underground for many days, weeks, and if not months, until such time conditions allow it to emerge from the peat itself. So it can be a very challenging fire to manage when compared to, say, a surface fire, which allows for a more proactive defensive or offensive strategy to take place.
And what are some of the favourable conditions that may be conducive to a peat fire emerging onto the surface to become a surface fire?
Certainly, my experience and research suggests is when weather conditions are primarily one of the factors that will see a peat fire emerge or break out and cause problems. And most notably, that's wind. So when there's an opportunity for wind speed to increase and then cause the increased combustion of the peat itself, particularly when it is near the surface, that will then allow it to transgress to flaming, and then the escape of the fire itself can occur once it becomes this surface fire situation.
And in terms of firefighting response, what, if anything, can a responding firefighting agent do in relation to a peat fire? Is there anything you can do, or is it just a matter of just sit and watch and wait?
It's very limited. Certainly the hand crews from fire vehicles to access those areas, it tends to be a firefighting effort that takes place on foot, because you can't get vehicular access close to where the fire's burning in the peat. And it's a matter of breaking up the fuels and then applying copious amounts of water. One strategy that's employed in Indonesia, for instance, is the actual flooding of the areas. And ideally, that is the best way to contain a peat fire. But obviously, during firefighting operations, that's always not an option. And the amount of water required would be prohibitive to actually to do that in a practical sense.
You've mentioned already some of the difficulties in detecting a peat fire. Do those same difficulties relate to fire prediction or spread in relation to a peat fire?
They certainly do. Again, because you've got what is essentially an underground fire burning, to be able to identify precisely where that fire has progressed through to in the peat layers is very problematic. And because there's no fire flame visible very often, and very often there's no smoke visible, because it's a smouldering fire that may be centimetres, if not metres, below the surface.
Does infrared technology pick up, from your experience, peat fires or not?
It certainly does. That can be of assistance, and the use of that is a recommended method to detect the hotspots that might need attention, as is the use of forward-looking infrared technology from aircraft to identify where those hotspots still may lie.
Now, in terms of this particular fire, the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire, did you undertake a site inspection or not?
No, I didn't. I took a documentary review of information provided to me.
I'm not being critical. I just wanted to be clear that you hadn't been out to the relevant area. Now, in terms of the probable cause of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire, what conclusions did you ultimately reach on that matter?
So, in effect, the fire that investigator Mulheron reviewed, which occurred essentially as a second fire, After reviewing his report, I agree with his findings in relation to the escape from the peat area where he's located that area of origin that he deemed to be the cause of that fire, escaping from a previously burning area of peat.
And what features were evident in your review that led you to that conclusion that it's likely a fire that has emerged from the underlayer, that is the peat layering to which you've referred?
I specifically looked at his determination of the interpretation of fire pattern indicators, which led him to where that area of the fire was burning within the peat. And specifically within that area, there was a number of photographs he took of deep burning in and around tree roots and the like, which certainly showed what appeared to be an area of high temperature combustion of the peat and some of the vegetation, tree roots and so forth, in the proximity close to where the edge of this peat area was located.
And from your examination of those particular photographs that Mr. Mulheron took, are you able to deduce how long the peat fire may have been burning for or not?
No, there was no ability to gauge any timeframes.
And in terms of the primary ignition, did you form a view as to what may have caused the initial ignition that resulted in the peat fire?
Yes, I did. And that was essentially the initial information I was provided. I didn't have access to the first investigation report undertaken by investigator Arthur. But what I did was review lightning strike data in that immediate vicinity that was recorded in the hours preceding the fire, in fact, many days and weeks preceding the fire. And reviewing that data led me to a number of conclusions.
And what was your conclusion in relation to the likely cause of the initial ignition some weeks before the 8th of October?
Certainly based on the lightning strike data, there appeared to be a storm that travelled through that area in the hours or early hours of the fire being reported, which was on the 17th of October. And a number of the recorded lightning strikes were in the very near vicinity of where this fire was initially reported. Certainly based on that information and looking at all other cause opportunities of fire, and specifically the location being on private property, led me to the conclusion it was highly likely that a lightning strike had caused this fire.
And in terms of area of origin, did you agree with the conclusions that Mr. Mulheron expressed in relation to the likely general area of origin, Mr. Woods?
Investigator Mulheron's report?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And was the general area of origin that you and Mr. Mulheron agreed upon in relation to the Mile Creek Road fire, was it very similar to the likely area of origin for that lightning strike which caused fire on the 17th of October 2019?
It was certainly in the near vicinity, and based on all those that circumstantial evidence, I did agree with that.
Well, that concludes my examination. Thank you, Mr. Woods.
Mr. Woods, if you wouldn't mind just waiting so I can see if there's any other questions. Mr. Bolt.
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Newton.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Woods. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence in today's hearing into the cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire. Your Honour now has the benefit of the documentary material contained in Exhibit 45A, together with the oral testimony of RFS Fire Investigator Mark Mulheron, expert witness Mr. Richard Woods, and local resident Marco Brinato, who first sighted the fire in those early stages on the 17th of October and then much later on the 8th of November 2019. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address the court on the cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road fire. In that regard, I can foreshadow now, for the benefit of my learned friends, that a formal submission is likely to be made as follows. First, that the general origin of the fire of the Mile Creek Road fire was in an area approximate to a private property at 780 Mile Creek Road, Bora Ridge. And secondly, the cause of the fire was smouldering peat, which escaped on the 8th of November 2019 due to strong wind and unfavourable fire weather conditions. It will be submitted likely, Your Honour, that the cause of that smouldering peat was a lightning strike that occurred on or about the 17th of October 2019. Would Your Honour kindly stand this matter over, part heard to the 5th of September 2022?
Yes, I do that now.
Thank you, Your Honour. That concludes the Mile Creek Road Bora Ridge fire inquiry. In relation to submissions in respect of other parties, I understand that my instructing solicitors will write to those parties who are represented proposing a proposed timetable for the exchange of written submissions in relation to the cause and origin of the Mile Creek Road fire. Your Honour has received evidence in relation to the Cayenne Road fire, and that was connected with the death of Mr. Chris Sava. We were rather hopeful that a Fire and Rescue New South Wales employee, Ms. Irene Patros, would be available to give evidence. Unfortunately, she is not. In circumstances where Your Honour has already received evidence from Mr. Darryl Aldridge and Mr. Luke Rushton, I don't propose to call her, and in those circumstances I can conclude that inquiry in relation to the Cayenne Road fire. Your Honour has now the benefit of the documentary material contained within the briefs of evidence which have been tendered and marked as Exhibit 37A, 38, 40A and 41A. Your Honour also has the benefit of the oral evidence of the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Senior Constable Brian Priest, New South Wales Police Crime Scene Officer Senior Sergeant Scott Gain, and of course the two witnesses I just mentioned, Darryl Aldridge and Luke Rushton from Fire and Rescue New South Wales. At a later stage in Your Honour's inquiry into the 2019-2020 bushfire season, those assisting Your Honour will formally address the court on the cause and origin of the Cayenne Road fire. In that regard, I can presently foreshadow that formal submissions are likely to be made that the cause of the Cayenne Road fire was a lightning strike to a tree on or about the 16th of October 2019, and that the origin of the fire was on private property in a heavily forested semi-remote area south of Upper Bukrabendeni Road, east of Kozakai Road. Your Honour, similar to the other matter, would you stand this matter over to the 5th of September 2022?
Yes, I will. I'll stand this matter over to the 5th of September 2022.
Your Honour, that concludes today's proceedings. Would Your Honour adjourn the Northern Region fire inquiries and related inquests to Monday, 10 a.m, the 21st of March 2022, where my learned friend Ms. Ward, as Senior Counsel, will open the fire inquiry into the Rumba complex on Monday.
Yes, we'll adjourn until Monday, the 21st of March at 10 a.m, when we'll resume.
I please the court.
Thank you. We'll adjourn.
Silence, please. This court is now